Charlotte, it is an absolute honor and a privilege to have you. Right here on our platform for the Startup Business Festival. Before we get into it, Charlotte, I want to ask you, what does it mean when you hear about a 30 days business event? Just straight at the top. What does it mean to you when you hear about a Startup Business Festival that goes on for 30 days?
Well, I think, first of all, I think it's a great innovation.
Hey, what's popping, everybody? Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, the Karabo the Chief Storyteller for the Startup Business Campus. I'd like to welcome you to week 2, where we're focusing on entrepreneurship for environment, entrepreneurship for social change. Entrepreneurship for environmental sustainability was week 1, which was an amazing week there. Now, the Startup Business Festival is all about making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. Woo. Now, the Startup Business Festival is a transformative 30 days event taking place throughout the month of November. Our festival does more than just convene. It is an assembly of entrepreneurs. It is a celebration, a convergence of innovation, and as well as inspiration. At its core, the Startup Business Festival endeavors to redefine entrepreneurship, making it not only a viable venture, but a trend-setting and accessible pursuit. Of course, we believe in making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. We also believe in the power of entrepreneurship to effect positive change in all facets of society. Thus, our focus extends across the environmental, economic, social, as well as the cultural and creative sectors. Now, by embracing a holistic approach, we aim to create a dynamic platform that nurtures the diverse ideas and catalyzes comprehensive growth. And throughout the course of 30 days, we bring together key players within the entrepreneurial ecosystem alongside thought and practice leaders who have carved a path of innovation and as well as success. Now, anchored by a multifaceted lineup, the Startup Business Festival features an array of events, each designed to enrich and as well as empower participants. Now, we have keynotes, we have panel discussions, we have masterclasses, we have workshops, we have showcases, we have pitches, exhibitions, live performances. We also have vice scops and, of course, networking opportunities. Now, the theme for this year's festival is building a resilient startup ecosystem. Now, in these challenging times, this theme stands as a beacon of hope and determination, highlighting the critical importance of resilience in entrepreneurship as a driving force behind sustained growth and as well as prosperity. Now, for us to achieve such ambitious goals, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to equipping entrepreneurs with essential tools and knowledge required for them to establish their startups that can weather any storm and, of course, emerge even much stronger. Now, our event does more than just convene. It strives to foster a robust community. This community comprising of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, and industry pioneers, as well as thought and practice leaders who are united by a shared dedication to nurturing an environment conducive to the entrepreneurial excellence. Now, together, we can strive to craft a brighter future, one where entrepreneurs not only survive but thrive in the ever-evolving landscape. And of course, now, in a world where uncertainty is only certainty, resilience becomes our most valuable asset. We believe that by focusing on resilience, by empowering entrepreneurs to make sure that they can sustain their business, and we believe by focusing on resilience and by investing in skills and mindsets needed for entrepreneurs to face adversity and, of course, charge towards a much brighter and prosperous future. So, throughout the festival, let us embark on this journey together. Let us remember the power of resilience, the strength of our collective commitment, and the potential that lies within each and every single one of us. And together we can weather any storm and launch towards new horizons and, of course, shape the future of entrepreneurship in Africa. And as I have stated, I am your host, Karabo Mohole. I want to welcome all of you that are tuning in on different platforms. Thank you so much for tuning in. Obviously, we are going strong with the festival. I'd like to welcome all of you that are tuning in on Facebook. Please make sure you guys follow us on Facebook at Startup Business Campus Festival, and also on Instagram we are at Startup Business Festival. You can also catch us on Twitter, X, at Startup Biz Fest. We're also on YouTube, Startup Business Festival. Please don't forget to hashtag SBF 2023 and also hashtag CEHack 2023, which is our circular economy hackathon happening from the 1st of December till the 3rd of December. Now, we are focusing on entrepreneurship for social change this week. Now, social entrepreneurs with a profound commitment of a meaningful change infuse the entrepreneurial ecosystem with a unique and heartfelt power. Now, they stand as beacons of compassion and innovation, navigating the delicate intersection of business acumen and societal impact. Driven not solely by profit, but by a fervent desire to addressing social issues, these entrepreneurs become architects of transformation. Their venture serves as models of conscious capitalism, injecting empathy into an often unyielding world of business. Now, with each endeavor, social entrepreneurs spark a ripple effect, inspiring not only economic advancement, but also fostering a deeper sense of community, equality, and as well as compassion. Now, their power lies not just in bottom lines, but in the hearts touched, in the communities uplifted, and also in the endeavor, belief of business that can be a force for profound and positive change. Now, today I am joined by a remarkable individual who is an entrepreneur himself, a social entrepreneur. I am joined by Tshepiso Malema. Now, we're about to have a slight discussion. It was supposed to be a panel discussion, but obviously we have done a minor tweak. We'll be looking at how social entrepreneurs effectively balance profitability with sustainability. Mr. Tshepiso, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, you look good. You look so good. I can't hear you. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay. I can't hear you. I'm not sure if it's on my side, but I can see that we're also joined by another panelist. How are you?
Hi.
I can hear you. Now, I'm joined by Zainab. Is it Zainab?
Yeah, that's about right.
Sarang?
Yes.
It is an awesome pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much. Now, obviously, we're about to have a panel discussion, 3 ways, and obviously looking into social entrepreneurship, looking into sustainability, as well as profitability, looking at the balance of those two. Tshepiso, I'm not sure if I can hear you. Could you please show me a sign that you're there?
Yes. But on my side, it's all clear.
Yeah, I can hear you clear. You sound amazing. First and foremost, do you mind if you give us a small bio of yourself? Let us know who Tshepiso is.
Yes. Tshepiso Malema is I describe myself as Ntwana Kasi, born and bred in Ivory Park, in Tembisa, and I'm a social entrepreneur at heart, and in the gaming space. So I run a company called Gamers Territory, of which we are focused on the ed tech space, in terms of gamifying educational content, and so I'm a social entrepreneur, and I'm currently pursuing my doing my final year at the University of Pretoria, studying information systems.
I like that. Zainab, do you mind if you give us a brief introduction of who you are and also the work that you're doing, obviously, in the social space?
Okay, so firstly, thank you so much for having me here today. I am the founder of Build, which is a social enterprise that focuses on micro woman-owned businesses operating in the informal sector. The idea behind Build was that I have many years of experience in corporate, and I ran many, enterprise and supplier development programs. But I felt that something was missing, in that we were not reaching the grassroots level of enterprise and supplier development. And so I founded Build in the hope that I'd be able to reach out to these, women-owned businesses in informal sectors operating from their home-based industries, and just creating a space for them to learn about their businesses, to understand how to grow and scale. And so that's, in a very, very small nutshell, basically what Build does.
It's very much intriguing. Obviously, I like having such conversations because I like to understand the path that individuals usually take. And of course, having the both of you here, extraordinary individuals rightfully in your field, I really want to understand what made you really want to take a path within the social sector. Why become a social entrepreneur? Why would you want to put that burden on your shoulder to make sure that, the community stands strong, people stand strong? Why do you feel like that is something that you wanted for yourself? I'll start with you, Brother Tipiso.
Yes, I think for me, I always say social entrepreneurship is something that comes from the heart. Before the business models, before the presentations and everything, it all begins from the heart and that heart
Yeah.
of giving as an individual. And for me, I think it was when everything started, I just wanted to be the change that I wanted to see in my community. Because my entrepreneurship journey started when I actually started my NPO when I was in high school, and
Uh-huh.
which was more focused on providing basic information in terms of universities to kids in my high school, because I had the privilege of getting that info. So I would bring in my mentors to come to my high school, and from all that, and just reflecting back to my high school life, I think it's because I had that heart of giving.
Yeah.
And so I think that's actually one core, feature that all social entrepreneurs have.
I like that, man. Of course, looking at the heart, and of course, when I even read out, the power of social entrepreneurs speaks about the hearts that are touched, throughout your endeavors. I want to go to you, Zanaib. I really hope I'm saying your name correctly. What was that journey for you to really zone into being a social entrepreneur? Looking at all the other sectors that you probably could have been, why social entrepreneur?
Yeah, I think, like Tipiso says, at the core, I think almost all social entrepreneurs are actually empaths. We feel a lot more. We feel like, if someone's going through something, how can we change that? How can we
Yeah.
help? And so, most of us take a very ordinary route. We finish high school, we get into university, we study a very regular kind of career. Like myself, I'm actually a lawyer, and then worked in corporate as a legal advisory. And you see things, you see the way things are done at that level, and then you think to yourself, well, how can I change what I have, the skills that I have, the purpose that I have, and actually channel it into something that's going to be fulfilling for myself, but also create impact in communities. And even if it's just one person, how can I change that one person's life? And I think every social entrepreneur goes through that process. I think it's just starting off with, well, how can I help just this one person? And then that kind of, grows and grows, and your idea of your social entrepreneurship also grows with that. But it's driven by your purpose. So you can have a mission, and a mission is like, what am I doing? But my purpose is, why am I doing it? So if you understand, and if you're aligned with your purpose, and if you lucky enough to discover that you have a purpose and what your purpose is, I think a lot of us feel compelled to act upon that. And so it's been a long journey. It's been a lot of time, battling with being in a corporate position and the safety and security that comes with. But then also battling with that feeling inside that I should be doing more, I can do more. So that's basically been my journey of how I got into social entrepreneurship.
I like that, and obviously you're touching on the most, essential thing, which is purpose. Obviously, looking at the magnitude of work that rightfully so that social entrepreneurs are doing, and of course, a lot of people zone into one thing, which is how does one now make a living? Because obviously, people have their own understanding or perception of a social entrepreneur. right? Thinking, you guys are not profit driven. But by the end of the day, you guys are also individuals that have to eat. You guys have to make a living from this. Now, Mr. Tebiso, you have a gaming company. Yesterday, I had an amazing conversation with Lungile Maila. She's a social entrepreneur, also extraordinary young female who also has a gaming company within the social sector. And obviously, she spoke about her journey to even making sure that her business is substantial, and obviously learning of how certain implementations were taken with her company, putting pricing on this. People now are skeptical of what you have. How do you go about that in your sector, looking at you having a gaming company? How do you make living off of that?
Yeah. So I think first of all, before you actually have from our side, before we actually had to look into the money side, obviously we had to look into the purpose before the profits, and through the purpose, then that's when now we're like, okay, how can we just make this of value? How can we make products of value? How can we create a service that will just put in value, because people put in money where they see value. So we didn't have to be like, hey, this is the service we are selling. We just had to put in the value, be like, okay, here's the what we're doing as a company, and we just saw people just buying in. We saw companies also collaborating with us. So yeah, but at first, so when I started the whole business, is because there was no there's no access to tech in the townships, and I was this one kid that is so ambitious about tech. I had a laptop, and at that time I think I was the only kid in my hood that had a laptop, and that means now I have a lot of friends who would come to watch me play, and that for me it was value, because I have something that they wanna have. So how can I make money out of this? And that's when they started offering that, okay, I like to play games with the laptop, and I'll give you $5 for that. And then I was like, oh, okay, so that means now I didn't have to go there directly sell as a businessman, but then I had to now curate value out of this. And that's how from that one laptop we now grew to actually being the best tech startup actually in Africa, because recently in Tunisia we just won that. And all that it has been on value, because currently we are building an app called Scala, of which we just had to build an app and show it to the Department of Science and Innovation, the Department of Education, and that's when now they buy into it because it's value. So somehow I think maybe what makes us different to what makes us social entrepreneurs different to normal businesses is that we create something of value that now people will actually see a need to put in money, whether they buy or whether they invest. But then whether it's also grant funding. But if it's something that is of value, someone will surely put in money into it.
I like that. And now, obviously, we have allowed both of you to be comfortable looking into how to ease into these questions. And I want to ask you now, and I'll start with you, Zanab. Can you briefly share your personal journey, into social entrepreneurship, and what motivated you to emerge business with a social mission?
So it's kind of I think the easiest way to look at it is it's sort of a spectrum. On the one end you have non-profit, and on the other end you have for-profit. And social entrepreneurs fall somewhere between that spectrum. And you can, as a social entrepreneur, decide, are you going closer to the non-profit end of the spectrum, or are you going closer to the for-profit end of the spectrum? And that's something that we grapple with a lot. So, trying to create profitability out of our business models it depends a lot on where we see ourselves on that spectrum, and how we're going to be proceeding in creating that value that Tsepiso was talking about. So yeah, so it's just finding that balance firstly, and for me personally, I really just wanted to provide a service for I come from what's considered a township area, and I
Where you
see a
from?
lot of
Where you from?
sorry,
Sorry, where you from? Where are you from?
Lenasia. I'm from
Lenasia.
Lenasia. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I see a lot of ladies in within my community who sell things from home, who are trying really hard to earn a living, to put bread on the table. And the thing with women, and no offense to you, gentlemen, but the thing with women is that when they have the ability to do something, they want to bring everyone with them. They want to empower everyone around them. They want to employ people. So what happens is indirectly I'm helping one woman build her business, and she is then employing people from her vulnerable community, and so she's enabling these people to then put food on their table. And so I had to think about it. Okay, so I want to do this on this level, which I don't want to charge these ladies, obviously. I don't want to put them in a position where they have to pay for what I'm trying to give them. So I had to create a business model where I'm going to be now trying to source funds from elsewhere without being an NPC, because I think that pool is so saturated. There are just so many nonprofit organizations, and then there's donor fatigue. People are just giving and giving and giving, and then they're not seeing the kind of results, or they're not seeing an impact really. So I didn't want to go the nonprofit route. And so I decided if I kind of focused my business within the BEE space, where corporates are required to spend money for enterprise development, and they're required to spend money for supplier development. And what I would do is use those funds and channel it into these programs that I would create for these micro women-owned businesses. It's kind of a win-win, because they have the money, they have that money that they have to spend. And then there's these women that need these resources. And I would obviously be the channel for them to receive these resources. So I hope I'm answering your question, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. You're speaking beautifully about, obviously, as a social entrepreneur, you have to balance, right?
Yeah.
Non-profit as well as profit. I just want to go deeper into that. And I want to ask you, is this a decision that one makes straight off the bat, or do you learn how to pivot as an entrepreneur, where you say, for example, I thought my business would be non-profit, but now I'm seeing that it may not be working for me. Let me now pivot and make it profit. Is this something that if a young entrepreneur would want to understand, do you have to learn how to pivot within the entrepreneurial journey, or straight off the bat, do you have to say my business is non-profit, my business is for profit? How do you go about that?
Yeah. So, oh my gosh, that's such a good question. When I started out, I grappled with that a lot. Like, I didn't know, I had to actually go out and test the market. I actually went to nonprofit organizations and I said, tell me what your challenges are. What is it that you have difficulty with? And a lot of them said that the nonprofit market, there's so many NPCs. Obviously, everyone wants to do something to make a difference, but that donorship is getting, or the sponsorship is getting diluted, and this was one of the biggest challenges for them. And then I had mentors, and I think mentors are absolutely important, regardless of whatever kind of business you're doing, whether it's social entrepreneurship or traditional business. And that sounding board of asking them, like, what do you think? This is what I want to do. And they directed me in South Africa, social entrepreneurship is not as big as it is everywhere else in the world. I think it's growing rapidly. But say, for instance, in the US, you can actually get something called a benefit corporation certification, which means that you'd be a business. And if you're a social enterprise, you get a certificate to say that you are a social enterprise, which makes you more compelling for other businesses to invest in you. And so within the social enterprise sector in South Africa, it wasn't something that's very fired up. I think there's a lot of potential. I think it's growing, it's getting bigger. There's a lot more awareness around it. And so the more I researched into it, I realized, okay, I think this is the route I want to go. I want to be a for-profit so that I'm creating some kind of sustainability for myself, and go that route. But like you said, when I started, I had to pivot my model so many times, just within my product offering, just within the services, the way I approached corporates for sponsorship, even the language that I use or the words that I used, and I realized that when I'm creating these services, it needs to embody exactly all my values and my mission and everything within that. And that included everything, the way I priced it, the language I use for it. And up till today, I mean, I have Bold is operating for about a year now. And I'm still pivoting. Like every day, I'm still changing things. I have certain things that I've tweaked along the way, other things that I've dropped completely. But it's a constant evolving of what works, what needs to change, and what needs to pivot.
There's so much that we can discuss in line of what we're speaking about now. But obviously, I know that my brother there, he's going to be leaving us shortly, and I want to make sure that he, we get the most out of him. Brother man, Tibiso, don't worry, I am not going to leave you behind. Can you share your personal journey into social entrepreneurship and what motivated you to merge business with a social mission as well? You're looking for the mute button.
Yes. Yeah. Going back to my first point on PayPost. I think it's all about my why. Always, especially because even now I've actually I've invested into even different business streams, and in all those businesses that I'm involved in, there's just one common thing, which is impact. Whether it's impact that is environmental. If maybe let's say I'm getting into a mining industry, that means it's something that has to actually be environmentally friendly. So if it's something that has to do with gaming, right now what are we trying to do? We're trying to now improve the education system through gaming. So that means now it's something that will socially benefit the learners throughout South Africa and beyond. So and I think it's what I agree with my sister there about South Africa's social entrepreneurship, state is not really, where it's supposed to be, because some of these success stories are not being shared. There are a lot of success stories on, how a lot of young people out there, but then they don't get the platform to actually share that, okay, this is how we pivot, because social entrepreneurship is actually the hardest. Entrepreneurship is hard, but social entrepreneurship is it's the hardest. And how do we now pivot when you are all alone, while you don't know what others are doing? So I feel like platforms such as the Startup Business Festivals, I think this is kudos to you guys. You guys are doing amazing job. And so with us, when we started, also it was more on having to just ask ourselves that are we sure that we don't want to make impact? I mean, you don't want to make profit, you just want to make impact, But then as time went on, that's when we started seeing that actually there is money in social entrepreneurship, as much as our focus is not really there, but there is money, especially when it comes to some of. So we got exposed to opportunities that are also abroad. Last year I got like an opportunity to travel to the US, through my social enterprise, and through that, I now formed relationship with some of the companies like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and I think that's another platform that people need to look at, since they have, I think, the SDGs awards, whereby they award people who are in social entrepreneurship. So when, like, since other countries are actually promoting social entrepreneurship, why us as South Africans, why doesn't the government applaud us? Because we actually we really don't. It's not like we're actually looking for these grant fundings and everything, but then just that applaud. Because sometimes what you need is just more of like an endorsement from a big corporate, like, okay, we worked on this particular partnership with a company called Gamers Territory, and that for us it's something that is big because it will open up more doors, So yeah, I think one thing that we also need to do as social entrepreneurs is to also collaborate with each other. Because I was sharing last week at there was a business seminar of which I highlighted that especially in the township there are a lot of NPOs that are focused on doing the same thing. A lot of NPOs are on donating maybe sanitary pads. Some are donating clothes. How about we just form one thing that we know? Okay, if maybe I have 50 sanitary pads. We just, give it to this particular, initiative. We just form one initiative rather than, having a competition of NPOs of which it doesn't even make sense. Like, how are we competing with making impact, So, yeah, there's actually a lot of opportunities for growth for us. And I think it's also a matter of just us as social entrepreneurs also going out there showing up, because as social
Yeah.
entrepreneurs, sometimes we actually just want to sit down for opportunities, sit down for donations.
Speaking about going out there and showing up, I want to ask: is the social entrepreneurship pool big? Meaning, is your circle strong enough and wide enough? Because I want to ask you: are there many social entrepreneurs out there? And obviously, you touched on the power of collaboration and the power of relationships. And also, Zanib spoke about her pivoting was with mentors, people who could really show her the way. How wide is this social entrepreneurship pool? Are there many social entrepreneurship companies out there?
Yes, yes. So, and actually, this year I think 2023 was just dedicated to social entrepreneurship. So I'm part of entrepreneurship development in higher education, of which it's all about promoting entrepreneurship in different public universities in South Africa. And our theme for this year was innovation for impact. And uh, there was just a rise of these social entrepreneurs out of universities, and that for me, it spoke about how now why social entrepreneurship isn't infused also into the education space.
Yeah.
Why is social entrepreneurship not being fashionable as coding, as all this AI and everything. So there is a lot of us in social entrepreneurs, but then I think it's just a matter of PR or also how we utilize social media, because I think for us also as a business, how we actually managed to get to where we are at this point is just through social media, just through us having to speak about the impact that we do. I always speak about how I was glad when you introduced yourself, you said Chief Storytelling Officer, and being a storyteller of the kind of impact that you do. As much as there are businesses that I do where make profit, but then me as a social entrepreneurs, when I go out there speaking about the impact, that's actually what buys people. That's what people are more interested in the story of the reason why are you actually doing this, rather than just sharing the good side of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is a lot. There is a pool of us social entrepreneurs.
Brother Zabiso, I love it, man. And the more you keep speaking about impact, right? And I want to ask you in the context of your business, how do you measure impact? Because obviously impact has many facets. We can have impact with our business making money. We can make impact with our business just touching people, with our business really being tangible, people really knowing about our business. How do you measure impact? Because you speak a lot about impact. What does impact look like for your business?
That's an interesting question, because it keeps on changing. Our matrix keep on changing. Like on a quarterly basis. Because when we started, since we were a gaming facility whereby young people are just coming into our space to just explore different technologies like virtual reality. Some of them were
Yeah.
teaching them to code, and we were actually just observing impact. We were just observing how actually when these kids started coming into our facility didn't know how to actually type on a computer, but right now he can actually just build a whole computer,
Wow. Yeah.
So for us, it was just more on just observing till we now got, I think that there's also a course by SAP Foundation whereby they
Yeah.
taught us on how to measure impact, and now we have to look into different matrix. Whereby right now, since we are now focused into improving STEM subjects such as math and science, we're looking into how can we actually improve results. How can we improve the immune system of the kids through gaming? And those were some of the things that we actually integrated into our platforms, and also through AI, because our platform is now like it integrates AI, whereby we are able to actually adjust to the students' level of understanding, of which that is able to now give us a feedback that, okay, after a month of this particular learner playing our game, this is how much they've improved, and we are just looking into just covering the whole ecosystem of education, and also having to accommodate even teachers in terms of how can they now pivot into the new era, because right now education it's tech, everything is just going digital. So how can we now just improve? But all those decisions that we are making are all going back to the matrix, having to measure that, okay, are we doing the right thing? Because sometimes impact can be something of just one day, whereby you just go and impact someone, then it's not sustainable. But then in terms of keeping it sustainable, you need those clear matrix that will actually help you to make the key decisions.
I like that. And obviously, I am a respecter of time. And of course, for the episode we had discussed before, I know that you have other business commitments to go to. And that's why, Zainab, I really zoned in on the episode. But the episode, I really hope that we can have a continuation, you and me, on some other time where we can really speak about, your business within the social entrepreneurship. Right now, I'm going to ask Samson. Samson, if not possible, can you just have me and Tabiso on the screen just for a couple of minutes? And then we'll have a 2-minute short break. Then I'll continue with Zainab with this beautiful conversation. Is that possible? All right, we are live here at the Startup Business Festival, where we're focusing on entrepreneurship for social change, and I'm right here tuned in with Brother Tabiso Malema, an extraordinary entrepreneur. Right now, brother man, you're about to be gone. Before you leave, what comes to your mind when you hear about a 30-day business festival? What do you think?
Yeah, actually, I think did it start last year? I think it started last year.
No, this is our third year.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Perfect.
Yeah.
Because last year, I was actually out of the country when it was happening, and I was like, wow. And I think I was actually also invited, and I'm glad that this year, at least even virtually, I made it. But
Yes.
even I think when the startup business, when we were launching offices in Newtown, I actually came through, the kind of impact that you guys are doing is incredible. And when I was like 30 days, okay, like what is it that is going to be addressed?
Sure.
And I think if this is your third year, that means that the results are showing. Your work is actually showing that it's something that is that is clearly needed. So what comes into my mind is crazy.
Man, thank you so much, Brother Tipi. So this was amazing. I know for sure this is not going to be the last time I have a conversation with you. I'm going to make sure that we schedule one, even if it's at night, at 10 p.m. I'm going to speak to you, man. I really had fun. Have an amazing rest of the day. And thank you so much for being part of our journey of the festival. We just hope that we can continue this throughout the course of the years that we have our festival. Have a great one, yeah? Peace, brother, man.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the session.
All right, sure. I'm just going to ask for a 2-minute break, and then I'll get back with Zainab. We're still right here at the Startup Business Festival, making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. I am your host, Karabo Muhole. Peace.
Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a lifestyle. Focused on tech entrepreneurship in environmental, creative and cultural, financial and economic, and social sectors, the event strives to foster a vibrant community of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry captains, thought leaders, and practitioners committed to nurturing a thriving and resilient entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Social entrepreneurship is growing. It is growing in Africa. I'm going to share a few companies that I've found within Africa. I really couldn't share all of them because even if you look within South Africa, there's so many social entrepreneurship companies or social impact companies all over that are really driven by the need to change lives, not driven by the bottom line. So they are more likely to attract 1.6 times more funds than traditional business ventures because even investors are changing the way they are looking. They not only want to be throwing money with the idea to get a 10x return, still want the 10x return, but you also want to be able to say, I have impacted a community, I have impacted lives. I am now able to say that children in Katlehong are now have fallen in love with mathematics because of the presence of Nubian Smart. And if we help Nubian Smart to grow, then it means that children from Philippi, children from Umlazi, children from Kailicha are able to then get the same support. But in terms of everything else, as a social entrepreneur, we've also found that sustainability within social impact ventures is critical because 86% of them focus on environmental sustainability. But apart from that, apart from ensuring that we're not killing the world in which we live in, but also teaching people, teaching their customers in terms of what it is that drives the change.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are live and kicking at the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, Karabo Mohole. This is week 2, focusing on entrepreneurship for social change. And right now I'm having a panel discussion with Zainab Sereng. I really hope I'm giving justice to her beautiful name. Now we're having a panel discussion looking at how social entrepreneurship can effectively balance sustainability with profitability. Zainab, are you there?
Hi. And yes, for the record, you are saying my name right.
Yes, thank you. You know, I've got a crazy record of it's not good. I should not even have a smile on my face. I've got a crazy record of really butchering people's names. It's not good. It's something that I am willing to learn over the course of the years, and I will. Zainab, it's really a pleasure to have you on this platform. And obviously, we had such an amazing conversation. And of course, beforehand, Sabriso really spoke about his other commitments that he had. So I just had to make sure that I focus a little bit on him so he can go through and do what he does. But Zainab, thank you so much for really being part of this journey of the festival. Obviously, is this your first time being part of this festival?
Yeah, it is my first time. I'm actually embarrassed to admit that I had not known that the startup festival, goes on every year. And I
Yeah.
was actually, I had actually seen that it was Global Entrepreneurship Week. So
Yes.
I think you aligned the
Yeah.
festival with that was awesome. Yeah. So, and that's how
Yeah.
I happened upon it.
We have a crazy visionary, Mr. Lucky Dito. He does things that really, don't make sense in the grand scheme of things, but they end up making sense. So he saw that a week would not be enough. He
Yeah.
thought to himself, the sector it's wide enough, it's big enough.
Yeah.
There's so many players in the ecosystem. Let's rather have it for 30 days and focus a week on each sector. And hey, we've been doing it really beautifully for the past 3 years, so I cannot complain on that regard. But honestly, it's a privilege to have such amazing key players within the festival as yourself. Really hope that it does not end here, Zanib. I really hope. All right.
No, it won't. I have plans of investing my time here.
It's beautiful. So Zanib, obviously we're really having this beautiful conversation of looking at balancing profitability with sustainability, especially in the social grand scheme of things. But now, before we actually even get into the nits and cracks of what we're speaking about, how do you personally define balance between profitability and as well as sustainability in the context of a social entrepreneurship?
Sure, that's a tough one. What's balanced for me might not be balanced for you, and also,
Very
a lot of us have different goals in life. So, for instance, if I just want a comfortable home and a very regular sedan,
Yeah.
and I am able to achieve that, doing like just bare minimum profitability just to cover that. For me, that might be balanced, but for someone else who has maybe loftier goals, so I think that balance that we talk about, and a lot of times people ask me things like, how do you balance work life or being a mom and working and whatever. There's really no spot, or there's no place where that balances out evenly or equally.
Yeah.
And there's no formula for how you get that as well. I think it's just important to know what it is that you want for yourself, what it is that you want for your business, and then make sure that those two are not encroaching on each other. And it's a job. It's a job juggling the two, and realizing that you need to put in more effort here, and pull back a little bit here, or put in more effort there, and whatever. It's a constant battle. But balance is whatever it means to, like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think balance is in the eye of the scales.
And of course, obviously, this question on its own, really looking at a social entrepreneur, looking at how does one balance profitability with sustainability, and obviously looking at that being somewhat intricate, and also going back to what Tepiso said, which really opened up my mind because I never really knew. He said it's very difficult being a social entrepreneur, right? It's not easy. So now, obviously, looking at the model that social entrepreneurs have created with being just really doing it for people, I think that's what it just put out there, that they do it for people.
Yeah.
But now, how would you find yourself in a position where your company needs to be profitable enough to be helpful in the community? Because it's difficult to help someone when you don't have anything, right?
Yeah. And one of the things that I mentioned earlier is that we tend to be empaths, and excuse me. What happens is a lot of us find it very difficult to put a price on what we're doing. So if we're offering value and we're creating, social impact, how do we value that? How do we say, well, I helped this person and they are able to grow their business, and it means that it costs X amount of money. And I think for social entrepreneurs, that's something that we really grapple with. What I personally do, I feel like I don't want to ask for too much, but then I don't want to ask for too little, where I'm sitting with, a business model that's not working. Because obviously, if there's financial viability, then only your social impact is going to work. Then only that it's going to be sustainable. So it's really just fine tuning these areas and understanding that putting a price or putting a value on the work that you're doing doesn't take away from the fact that you are creating impact, that you are making a difference. And normally with nonprofit, it's easy. We just go out and we say, look, we're looking for donations because we're building a school, and then corporates will just give you the money, and that's that. For social entrepreneurs, the space is so complex because on one hand, we're selling a product and service, so we need to make sure that there's value in what we're providing. But then also we're taking that money and reinvesting it into our social initiatives. So it kind of gets difficult to say, well, invest in me because I'm making a difference, but also invest in me because the product is good. And so that's been a challenge. Personally for me, I've had to deal with pricing way too low on things that needed to go much higher, but lessons that I've learned and fixed and pivoted as I went along.
And obviously, as much as you can, approach potential investors and you then say, invest in me, but now they're looking at how do I make money from what you have. And obviously now that's why I really wanted to find out from the beginning is what really makes one a social entrepreneur. And obviously you spoke about purpose, so you're not going to alter, right, what you stand on or what you believe your business is about based on now fulfilling someone else's financial or financial needs. So now your journey becomes much more difficult. And I think this is what Tebiso really spoke about, to say it's difficult for a social entrepreneur. I never really saw it that way, and until he said it, then it made me really understand the difficult challenges that you guys really go through, looking at profitability, balancing it with sustainability, looking at, non-profit as well as, you are for profit. How do you go about that? And obviously in the beginning, you spoke about mentors, right? You spoke about, you had, people who could guide you along the way to really let you know there's nothing wrong with pivoting. And you keep saying every day you are pivoting, one way or another within your business. Danai, how would a young entrepreneur, right, who wants to be a social entrepreneur, how do they find themselves in a space where they understand what guidance can give, and where do they even get that? Because a lot of people don't have that access that you probably have or had, where you can have someone show them the way. That's why we also have amazing platforms like the Startup Business Campus, where we take, people who really have, an idea, and we take them to an incubation. We really try, and not really try, we really do help, early stage entrepreneurs really formulate their business. We give them amazing business models for them to develop their business models. But where would one find or place themselves in a position to get opportunity and also to get assistance within their journey? Because it's not as easy as, one says.
Yeah. And just one thing before I get to that, I think when you're in a traditional business, you tend to just follow the money. So you're just going wherever the money is going to be. And when you're a social entrepreneur, you have kind of a moral obligation where you got to learn to say no if where the money is not aligning to what your social purpose is. And that becomes really difficult, because if you know that, okay, I'm doing this for this reason and this reason only, and this is who I want to benefit, and a corporate comes to you with values that don't align to what you stand for, but they're willing to give you money for whatever, you need to be able to stand your ground and say no and follow your purpose. And that's what the difference is between traditional business, like just for profit, and being a social entrepreneur. And this is why Tepiso says being an entrepreneur is difficult, but being a social entrepreneur is so much more difficult, because we've got these extra layers. We've got, like, you've got to create a responsible business. So not just you that's being responsible, but your business has to be consciously responsible as well. In terms of young people getting out there, and the thing that I see these days, and it really gives me a lot of hope, is the kids are all right. They are. I'm like so absolutely impressed with the way they stand up for things, the way they use social media to speak out about injustices, the way they rally around, they can stand up for causes. They are so in tune with environmental impact and that kind of thing. And I think we need to encourage a lot more social entrepreneurship, because governments can only do so much, or only want to do so much. They have, social grants and whatever it is. But I think there's been such a paradigm shift where we have now taken up the spaces, and we've said, okay, you know what, we're going to try and improve these social circumstances for people. And I think these young people that are coming out, like Tepiso he's still in final year, and he is already leaps and bounds ahead of where I was at that age. So I think there needs to be encouragement, but at the same time, so this platform, the Startup Business Festival, is absolutely amazing for them to understand that these kind of things exist, and that they can participate in the ecosystem at this level. But at the same time, we also need to give them the tools to access the capital, because the saying that you need to have money to make money, it's not different for social entrepreneurs. And so we need to find, there's a host of impact investors in Africa, people who are looking to invest in businesses that are focused on creating some kind of impact, which is essentially social entrepreneurs. And we need to link these people, these young people with wonderful ideas, and these impact investors, and sort of collaborate, bring them together, and watch how they just change the world. I'm here for that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look at different generations, I think one has to be far off, better than the previous generation, and obviously, the generation that will come after Tepiso and the likes of the other young, amazing social entrepreneurs, it'll be better off, and that's how things are supposed to be. But I feel like there is so much that social entrepreneurs carry, right? And I'm hearing about the paradigm shift that you're speaking about, looking at how the government is not really playing a role, or essentially playing, a fulfilling role within the social entrepreneurship, sector. And now you have placed it upon yourself to really try and make sure that young entrepreneurs get access to markets. And you spoke about, with the sense of money, right? We had a festival last year, and there was this amazing young entrepreneur who's doing amazing things in the township. We call him the township hustler. And he spoke about, it's important for social entrepreneurs to have money, because you can't help, or it's difficult to help someone or help people without giving them resources. It's about giving someone a leg up. As much as we also speak about opportunities also have, resources attached to them. For you to find yourself in a particular space, your business or your company has to make an impact one way or another with what it stands on, and also the value that it holds. But now, do you feel, Zanai, that as we keep moving forward as social entrepreneurs, that you will be in a better place where the ecosystem thrives on its own as social entrepreneurs?
I think we're shifting from a linear economy into a circular economy. I think we're seeing it a lot more now than we did in the past. And by circular economy, not just only environmentally, but also socially. And I think the way that we're doing business is going to be changing. I think we're holding corporates to a higher standard. So we're wanting them to, align to ESG guidelines. We're wanting them to, make sure they're working towards some kind of sustainable development goal that the UN has identified. And all of this is kind of pushing forward a movement, and we're moving all our business and the entire ecosystem towards that kind of circularity. So I think in the years to come, this conversation is going to be very different. We're going to be saying, we're going to be seeing a lot more social entrepreneurs. We're going to be seeing in this space people creating real impact that started off at this, and even further back from when we started. But I think this conversation, this landscape is going to definitely look different. I think we're all moving towards some kind of social entrepreneurship.
For sure. And one to attest is I see that, and I strongly believe in that. But now let's look at the key challenges, right, of looking at balancing profitability with sustainability. So obviously balancing the two can pose challenges on its own, right? You mentioned even in the beginning, looking at one being for profit, maybe one being for non-profit. So what are some of the key challenges you have encountered on your own personal journey, and you have now navigated them in your entrepreneurial journey with balancing profitability and as well as sustainability?
Yeah, I think, one of the things for me starting out was just a lack of resources. Also competition. So, you're competing with people that have run traditional businesses and social entrepreneurship businesses. So your space where your competitors are is a lot more convoluted now, because you're having these different kinds of business models within whatever it is that you're doing, and then accessing finance. And another thing that, and I mentioned it earlier, was when you a traditional business, you kind of follow the money. And when you're a social entrepreneur, you go where it feels right. And what that means is that every opportunity that comes, you're just going to jump at it, and you're going to jump at this, and you're going to jump at that. And it's not feasible, it's not sustainable, and you end up with burnout. So these are some of the challenges that I've had to deal with, in my journey. And I think the thing what really helped me in kind of mitigating, because we don't ever overcome anything completely. I think we learn from it, we do better, we kind of mitigate the effects of whatever our challenges are. And one of the things that I did was that I always put myself in a position to learn more. So I would always understand or find out from other people in a similar journey, like what are they doing? How can I do something similar, or sign up for online courses and just learn about things differently. So for instance, there's a really good course. It's called Innovation for Social Impact on Coursera or something like that. And from there, I learned a whole entire mind shift, whereas previously I would feel guilty about taking money for services. I realized that if I'm not creating a financially viable model, I'm not going to be able to create impact at all. So those are the kind of challenges that I had. Firstly, also just grappling with or dealing internally with, how am I adding value to what I'm doing, or how do I charge people for kind of creating social impact? And then partnering. So I would partner with other entities, not necessarily in my field, but that have kind of a social purpose behind them. And tapping into those networks really helped me. It really helped my business. It created brand awareness, but more than that, it created opportunities. And I think as a social entrepreneur, one of the most important things you can do is to reach out with other social entrepreneurs, with other nonprofit organizations as well, or even just corporates that have, a strong moral compass, and find common ground. And within those networks, you're going to find a lot of opportunity and a lot of change within your business. So by engaging in those networking activities, I was able to partner up and collaborate with the company, and we're now kind of merging and focusing on a whole new direction for the business. So still focused on ESG and CSR and on all of that, but going into investment and that kind of space as well.
I like that. Obviously, looking at the challenges that you have faced in the beginning, you mentioned finances and competition. Obviously, finances, it's a lot of people's cries, right? But now, when we look at competition, obviously the market being competitive enough on its own. One thing I know for sure is the currency of an entrepreneur. It's not money, but it's relationships. And now, obviously, we're looking at the relationship that you were speaking about. How early have you discovered the power of relationships? Because obviously you're speaking about this huge market being competitive, but did you understand then that as much as I could go in being competitive too, why don't I just collaborate or build relationships with people who are playing within the same market? When did you discover the power of relationships?
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I mentioned, I came out of a corporate environment, and that's quite a cutthroat place to be. And so coming out of a corporate environment, I had this mindset where I was like, okay, these are my competitors. This is what they're doing. This is what they're charging. How am I going to be better than them and whatever? And I drove myself insane because I would be on their social media platforms and I'd be checking, how are they doing or who are they partnering with or where are they getting contacts from?
You've done amazing research. I'm so sorry to interject. You've done amazing research because I remember back when you began, you spoke about how you analyzed the market, and obviously, it's important to do that, and you've done it well. I'm so sorry to interject, but I just like
no,
how
that's fine.
you've always made sure that you've done your research.
Yeah, if we go swimming, I'm never the one that jumps in. My toe goes in first, and then I like decide and whatever. So I gotta test that first. So I did a lot of that research, and a lot of it comes from. So I have I've done my MBA as well, and I know the importance of researching before you actually go into something. Market research is so important. But along the way, I realized that, together we go so much further. And I partnered with a really awesome company. It's called Wombvest, and they are just focused on investing in women within the ecosystem, regardless of what industry you're in or profession or whatever. And that investment is kind of mentorship, networking events, and all of that. And I partnered with them. And I realized that there's so much more you can do if you link up with people. It doesn't take away from anyone. It didn't take away from their business, and it doesn't take away from my business. But actually, combining our forces together and got us a much larger market, a much bigger audience. We were speaking to more people. We were reaching out to more people, and we could cast that net so much wider. So initially it started off very competitive, and I'm very competitive. I mean, you have to ask my husband. When I play tennis, it is like it's like Wimbledon finals. But I had to realize that I can't be that competitive person, and that there's a different way of doing business, and collaboration over competition any day.
Wow, I like that, Zanib. And now, if we're going to be looking at innovation and impact, and I know for sure to be so, would have loved this because he speaks about impact so profoundly and so much. How can social entrepreneurs foster innovation in their business models to enhance both financial performance and societal impact? And as well, can you highlight a specific innovative approach or strategy that has been proven successful in your venture?
Yeah, so I mean, innovation in any business is critical. If you're not innovating, what are you even doing? And innovation, takes so many different forms. It's not necessarily, I know a lot of times we think innovation just means like sort of adapting to technology or adopting technology, but there's different ways that you're able to innovate within your business. And one of the things that I teach the ladies, the women-owned businesses, is something called design thinking, where you're able to take a business idea and test it against the principles of design thinking and kind of refine your business in such a way that it becomes innovative. And it's so important to have that, to be able to see with that kind of lens, with the kind of lens of like, how am I doing things differently? Or how can I package this differently? How do I offer this in a different kind of way? And so for Build, the one thing that I thought of was, so for instance, Build does, I do business consulting. I run these accelerators for the women-owned businesses, which is pretty much what everyone, in this space kind of does. And I thought, well, what if I created a digital magazine to go with that? And I featured these women-owned businesses in the magazine. And what if I made this magazine free and anyone could just access it at any time? And within this magazine, there'd be resources for, like software that you can use, or how to use AI, or are you doing your taxes, or whatever it is. But just the kind of resources that small businesses need and can have access to very easily. And so for me, that was something that was different. I thought it was innovative. And it changed everything, because I made it a free resource, which means I tapped into markets that I didn't even know I could reach. I had gotten global interest as well. I had people from Canada and Pakistan and whatever reaching out to me. So it's just a simple thing. Like it's just taking your business idea and just asking yourself, how would I change something in a way that would just be completely different from what's out there? Or what would I like to see for myself in the market, and just innovate in that regard?
Zainab, I want to ask you this question. Obviously, this is something I should have asked you before. How do you approach collaboration? Because I know for sure there's someone probably who doesn't understand the power of collaborations, right? And there's ways in which you have to be mindful of how you position your company, how you position your business, and also how you put yourself out there. How do you approach collaboration? How do you do that?
Okay, so imagine, if you will, that I walk into a coffee shop and
hold on. Let me close my eyes. All right, let's go. Where are we? Are we in South Africa? Are we in South Africa?
No, we're definitely in South Africa. The coffee is good.
Okay, cool. What, Starbucks, or I don't know.
No, not really Starbucks. Local coffee shop.
Local coffee shop. Okay, cool.
Right.
I can smell the coffee, by the way. You can speak.
So I walk into this coffee shop, and there's a whole lot of people sitting at their tables and having a conversation. And if I go to each person and I say, "Hi, I'm Zainab. I'm selling this here. Would you like this? It's at this price, and if you order now, I'll give you a discount." And I go to each person sitting at the coffee shop, and I do this. And then people start looking at me like, "Oh, okay, you're kind of weird, like security, And now assume that I walk into this coffee shop and I order coffee, and I see someone sitting alone, and I say, Matt, can I sit with you? Do you mind? This seat taken? And I have my coffee, and I'm like, okay, so what do you do? How come? Why are you here? Do you live here? Whatever. Just strike up a conversation, and then we're talking about the things that we do. We find common ground. We realize that our interests align. And I'm more likely to make a meaningful conversation with maybe one or two people in that coffee shop than if I just walked in and introduced myself to each person and said, "This is what I'm selling, and this is how much it is." And so collaborating is kind of similar to that. There's so many platforms where you can reach out to people, and I think for me the most powerful has been LinkedIn. I think it's a really, really good tool to use to get ahead in this networking and collaborating game. And you'll find so many people that are kind of likened to the kind of things that you're driving. So there was a lady about 2 weeks ago, and she just literally slid into the DMs, and she's like, I saw your profile and I think we kind of align, and would you like to just go out for a coffee sometime? And and those are the kind of ways that I would encourage collaboration. If it's organic, if it's happening in a natural kind of way, it's more likely to be a meaningful connection.
I think obviously you painted a beautiful picture, but I think a lot of people are just terrified by the term entrepreneurship, right? And not really understanding, the simplistic things in terms of human behavior that you could be implementing, obviously, in an entrepreneurial way. Looking at how, obviously, you've just said, the way you approach somebody, determining on how you speak and how you do it can really put people off. Also in business, the way you position your business, the way you put your business out there could really, in a way, could put people off. So just having that humanly understanding of someone, getting to know who you are and what do you do, and then they get to know your business, and then you guys get to speak, and then you build some form of connection from there, and then you begin to build on that power of relationship, which you have beautifully said. Zani, if we're looking at scaling impact, right? Can scaling impact be challenging? And how have you approached scaling your initiative without compromising sustainability? And what lessons have you learned along the way?
Yeah, I think it's, definitely, you can definitely scale impact. I think, so for me, I'm at this point now where I am now looking to scale. But I decided that I couldn't do it alone. And it gets kind of lonely just being an entrepreneur, and then you have all these ideas in your head, and you want to grow, how you're going to get there, or what you need to do. But doing it alone is a lot harder. And so I had it in my mind. I had already kind of envisioned for my business that I would get to a point where I was able to either merge with another company or collaborate with another company, where we can then scale the kind of impact that I want to create. And so I was fortunate enough to find a company that held the same kind of values and mission and vision that I had. And we're able to now look at ways of how we're going to firstly create teams and get more people on board, and then take the very raw product that I've created and the very raw kind of business model that I have, and flesh that out and see more of a ripple effect in what I'm trying to achieve with Build.
You mentioned Build being in its 1 year, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
And before that, were you still an entrepreneur, or you were or Build is your first your first baby?
No, I had a previous a business as well. I think that business, the purpose of that business was just for me to learn lessons for my new business. It was also a social entrepreneurship.
Okay.
We handmade like sort of baby accessories, nappy bags and bibs and all of that. But I got ladies from the community and who had no sewing skills. And I physically taught them how to sew and how to create, things. And I learned my hardest lesson in that social entrepreneurship. I invested way too much of my time and effort. I didn't see sustainability. I didn't prioritize profitability in my business, because I just thought, well, I'm helping these ladies. They're learning a skill. And that's all I want to do. And obviously it was amazing. It was awesome. I had so many orders, and we were so busy, and we were quite well known. But I was running out of steam. I had only so much of Zainab and so much else to do. So that kind of ended sadly. But I think it was really, really important for me to have done that. And this was back in 2014, I think. So back then, obviously, social entrepreneurship was like kind of I didn't even know if it was a term back then.
Yeah.
But when I started Build, I knew from the start that I needed to be sustainable. I need to make sure I'm putting value on the work that I'm doing, the time that I'm putting in, because the time that it took me, I would sew these little baby shoes, and one shoe of a pair would take me 45 minutes to sew one shoe. But in my pricing, it didn't reflect that time and effort that I put in for the pair of shoes. So now I knew that, my time really is my money. My time is a resource. and I need to actually make sure that I value that, because that's self-respecting my time as well. And so, going forward with Build, I knew that, and I started implementing those lessons in my new venture.
Yeah, obviously, I wanted to just have an understanding of how far you have grown, right, as an entrepreneur. Looking at Build, obviously, Build, you're doing it now for a year, which you're doing a remarkable job as an entrepreneur. But obviously, just wanted to understand, the challenges that you're facing in your previous business, and obviously, you spoke about, the lessons that you have learned from, that business, and now you can implement, those lessons within the realm that you are now, which is very fruitful. And obviously, one thing that really sparks my mind is, why don't entrepreneurs give up? Obviously, I know there are a lot of people that necessarily give up in life, but the entrepreneurs that make it in life, the ones that have the impact, when we look at their businesses, you could hear how much they've gone through, right? They have stopped this, and you also spoke about pivoting. That did not work. You felt like there was not too much of Zanib to give off with this business, and then you started a new business. What was that element that kept you going? And I know you spoke about purpose in the beginning, but still, like, what was that thing that said, this failed, but I can still do this, or I can still keep going?
Yeah, I think entrepreneurs are just a species. I think we need to be defined as a separate species. There's just something. Some people just have the spirit of wanting to be entrepreneurial. There's just this desire to create something that people might want, or a desire to create a solution for a problem that exists. And those are the kind of things that drive us. And sometimes, like, I've heard of people that have had 7 businesses fail, and the 8th one is successful. Whereas, most people would try something once and then, like, oh, it's not for me. The difference with entrepreneurs is that, and keeping with your theme of resilience, is that we're so resilient. Like, you'll knock us down and we will get up, and we will just keep getting up. And I think that is part of the thrill also of being an entrepreneur. It's like you get up in the morning and you're like, okay, what's going to hit me today? But it's you either an entrepreneur or you're not. It's just that simple. It's either you want to just go out there and try everything and make it work, or you just
it's amazing that you said that, that it's either you are an entrepreneur or not. You're born for it, right? You are really born to do this thing, which is the entrepreneurial journey, which is not easy. A lot of people, obviously, Zanai, because of circumstances, look at entrepreneurship as just a form of making money. Okay, cool, nothing is working in my life, there's nothing wrong with that. And honestly, you have to make something out of your life, which is true. But obviously, when we speak about the hurdles that entrepreneurs take, that entrepreneurs go through, you really can see someone being hit, and you as an outsider can say it's over with that person. I know a lot of people probably thought with your business, your first business failing, a lot of people said it's over with you, it's done, But look where you are today. You just have that thing of bouncing back. You spoke about you guys being a species, So, I mean, it's something that really blows my mind. And you spoke about, I can just say it's a calling. It's evident that being an entrepreneur, not easy, it's there, but obviously, we are all grateful for the work and the role that entrepreneurs play with driving the economy, because we know how things look nowadays. It's not easy, it's not good. People are crying for jobs, people are crying for opportunities, and only entrepreneurs, who start businesses have the opportunity to really employ people. We spoke about the government not really playing a role. We spoke about big businesses not really even playing a role. So it's amazing what you're doing. I'm going to end it here, Zanaib. This has been an amazing session. Really, thank you so much. Before you leave, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Tipiso. All right. What comes to your mind when you hear about a 30-day business festival?
I think it's incredible. I think it's such an acknowledgement as an entrepreneur that that an organization wants to give this special species of people a platform for 30 days. I think there's so much to unpack being an entrepreneur. I think there's so much to learn. And I think, the kind of opportunities that the Startup Business Festival is creating is incredible. And I hope that there's some way for you guys to measure your own impact in what you're doing with this festival. But I think it's awesome. Kudos to you guys. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much, Zanib, for your time, and thank you so much for playing a pivotal role with the Startup Business Festival. Obviously, this is not the end; it's just the beginning of our beautiful journey. We wish you an amazing career with your business. May it thrive, may it grow. On behalf of the Startup Business Campus team, I want to thank Zanib. I want to thank Tsepiso for really joining us today as we had an amazing panel discussion. We'll be back in the afternoon at 2 p.m. to continue with a panel discussion part 2, where we have an amazing, extraordinary bunch of young, entrepreneurs who are doing amazing work in the social space. This week too, where we're focusing on entrepreneurship for social change, and our social entrepreneurs, with their profound commitment to meaningful change, infuse the entrepreneurial ecosystem with a unique and heartfelt power. They stand as beacons of compassion and innovation, navigating the delicate intersection of business acumen and societal impact. Driven not solely by profit, but by a fervent desire to address social issues, these entrepreneurs become architects of transformation. Their ventures solely serve as models of conscious capitalism, injecting empathy into an often unyielding world of business. With each endeavor, social entrepreneurs spark a ripple effect, inspiring not only economic advancement, but also fostering a deeper sense of commitment, community, equality, and compassion. Their power lies not just in the bottom line, but in the hearts touched, in the communities lifted, and in the enduring belief that business can be a force to be reckoned with, and of course, gear for positive change. Zanib, thank you so much on behalf of the Startup Business Campus team, on behalf of Mr. Lucky Ditero, the convener for the Startup Business Festival, on behalf of Kondile Mtembu, the chief staff of the Startup Business Festival, on behalf of Samson Nkosi, on behalf of Faith Caesar Lukele, on behalf of Tepo Lukube Jobe, on behalf of Karabo Muhola, myself, and on behalf of Agnes Nyati. Thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of the day. We'll see you all at 2 p.m. Thank you so much for joining us today. Have an amazing one.
Thanks,
Peace.
Karabo. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a lifestyle. Focused on tech entrepreneurship in environmental, creative and cultural, financial and economic, and social sectors, the event strives to foster a vibrant community of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry captains, thought
back to the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, Karabo, the curator for the Startup Business Festival. I'd like to welcome all of you that are tuning in on different platforms. Now, please do make sure you guys can find us on our social media platform. We're at Facebook at Startup Business Festival. You can also catch us on Instagram at Startup Business Festival. We're also on X at Startup Biz Fest. And you also can catch us on YouTube at Startup Business Festival. Please don't forget to look at our hashtags, hashtag SBF 2023, and also hashtag CEHack 2023, which is our circular economy hackathon happening from the 1st till the 3rd of December. Now, this is the Startup Business Festival where we're zoning in on all things entrepreneurship. But of course, this is anchored by the GEW, which is the Global Entrepreneurship Week, which is an annual worldwide celebration of innovators and job creators who are bringing ideas to life and also drive economic growth and as well as expand on human welfare. Now, this amazing initiative takes place in over 170 countries. And of course, the GEW only focuses on the environmental sector or on the entrepreneurial sector for an entire week, but we are here live and doing it for an entire 30 days. Now, we have to give a round of applause first and foremost to the Startup Business Campus for making this possible. Now, the Startup Business Festival is a transformative 30 days event taking place throughout the month of November. Our festival is not just an assembly of entrepreneurs. It is a celebration, a convergence of innovation, and as well as inspiration. Now, at its core, the Startup Business Festival endeavors to redefine entrepreneurship, making it not only a viable venture, but also a trend-setting and accessible pursuit. So our mission is strictly making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. Now, we believe in the power of entrepreneurship to effect positive change in all facets of society. Thus, our focus extends across the environmental, economic, social, and as well as the cultural and creative sectors. Now, by embracing a holistic approach, we thrive to create a dynamic platform that nurtures diverse ideas and catalyzes comprehensive growth. And of course, throughout the course of 30 days, we bring in key players within the entrepreneurial ecosystem, alongside thought and practice leaders who have carved a path of innovation and as well as success. Now, anchored by a multifaceted lineup, the Startup Business Festival has an array of events which are aimed to enrich and also empower participants. Now, we have keynotes, masterclasses, workshops, panel discussions, workshops, showcases, pictures, exhibitions, live performances, and of course, we have bioscopes and networking opportunities. Now, the theme for this year's festival is building a resilient startup ecosystem. Now, in these challenging times, this theme stands as the beacon of hope and determination, highlighting the critical importance of resilience in entrepreneurship as the driving force behind sustained growth and prosperity. Now, for us to achieve this ambitious goal, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to equipping entrepreneurs with essential tools and skills for them to emerge much stronger and weather the storms. Now, our event does more than just convene. It strives to foster a robust community. Now, this community comprising of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry pioneers, and thought and practice leaders who are united by a shared dedication to nurturing an environment conducive to the entrepreneurial excellence. Now, together, we can strive to craft a brighter future, one where entrepreneurs not only survive, but thrive in the ever-evolving landscape. Now, of course, in a world where uncertainty becomes certainty, resilience now becomes our most valuable asset. We believe that by focusing on resilience, by investing in skills and mindsets needed for entrepreneurs who face adversity, and of course, that can chart towards a brighter and more prosperous future. So, throughout the festival, let us embark on this journey together. Let us remember the power of resilience and the strength of our collective commitment and the potential that lies within each and every single one of us. And of course, together, we can weather any storm and launch towards new horizons and shape the future of entrepreneurship in Africa. And as I have stated, I am Karabo Mohole, the curator for the Startup Business Campus, and it's really a pleasure to be having all of you tuning in online. Now, this is week 2, where we're looking at entrepreneurship for social change. And of course, today is a beautiful Wednesday where we're continuing with an amazing panel discussion. In the morning, we had an impeccable panel discussion having Tipiso Malema joining us. And of course, we had an amazing particular individual who actually joined us. I don't want to butcher her name, and I really apologize for that. Now, the social entrepreneurs have a profound commitment to a meaningful change and infuse the entrepreneurial ecosystem with a unique and heartfelt power. Now, they stand as a beacon of compassion and innovation, navigating the detail or delicate intersection of business acumen with societal impact. Now, they're driven not solely by profit, but by a fervent desire to addressing pressing issues. Now, these entrepreneurs become the architects of transformation. Their ventures serve as a model of conscious capitalism, injecting empathy into the often unyielding world of business. Now, with each endeavor, social entrepreneurs spark a ripple effect, inspiring not only economic advancement, but also fostering a deeper sense of community, equality, and as well as compassion. Now, their power lies not just in the bottom line, right, but in the hearts touched, in the communities uplifted, and in the believing that business can be a force to be reckoned with, and also looking at positive change. Now, today I'm going to be having a panel discussion looking at, is the African entrepreneur ecosystem effective in building and scaling social enterprise? And of course, I'm joined by Lungile Maila and Benjamin Chefu. How are you guys doing? First and foremost, are you guys good?
Very good. How are you, Bravo?
Very good.
Hey, okay, cool. Okay, hold on. Let me just dissect this. Lungile, I can see you today. Yay!
Yay!
Wow, man! Thank you so much for joining us. How are you? You look amazing, by the way. Yo, you look all
Thank you so
traditional.
much.
Wait, where are you from? Are you from an event, or this is just how normally you do it every day?
This is me. This is me.
Wow, that's amazing. Of course, you're making a huge statement. Red, looking gorgeous. Thank you so much for tuning in once again. Obviously, yesterday we had an amazing session. Now I get to see the face behind the voice. Brother Benjamin Chefu, how are you, sir? It's been a minute. Benjamin, can you hear me? Benjamin, you can speak, eh? You are not muted.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I was struggling to hear. I should be good by now.
Yeah. So you can hear me.
Yeah. I can.
How are you, brother man? How are you?
I'm doing pretty well, man. Thanks for the invite, and
it's a pleasure to have you. Now we are mixing two worlds. What are we doing? We're looking at the economic sector, fintech, and social coming together. What's happening? Because this obviously it's a bit different, but obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a great communication there between what fintech or for-profit companies and actually social impact type of solutions. And it's because Africa, we're blessed with so many problems, and what a time to be alive, to be custodians of change, and being those people who actually are on the forefront to impact that type of change based on the technology that we're exposed to and so many other things.
Benjamin, what I want to say is this panel discussion, they normally go for 3 hours, two to 3 hours, and it looks like you are doing this the whole time. It looks like you are holding a selfie. Your arms are going to get very tired, I must say. I'm just warning you. All right. All right. So Benjamin, first and foremost, do you mind introducing who you are and the work that you do before we get into our beautiful discussion?
Sorry, I missed that. Let me try maybe fix my sound.
Okay.
I think I have a
problem. No problem. I'll get to Lungile. Lungile, obviously we had a discussion yesterday, but just for the sake of new viewers who are tuning in today, obviously getting to pick up from where the festival has left off. Do you mind letting us know who Lungile is and obviously the beautiful work that you're doing within the social sector?
All right. So Nubian Smart. Okay, but let me start off. I'm the founder of Nubian Smart. Nubian Smart is an edtech company based in the east of Johannesburg, and what we do is we aim to inspire and engage the African child through innovative educational solutions that really are catered around understanding the socio-economic needs of parents and teachers in townships and rural areas. We do this through introducing mathematics to grade art learners through our New Maths Kids app, and then we also teach kids coding, robotics, cooking, and arts, really through workshops that we host around the country, and through our culinary creativity box, where a parent can buy this and be able to really experience the fun of the workshops, but in the comfort of their own home. And so far, we've managed to impact over 3,500 learners through the work that we are doing. We're very proud of what we do.
Wow, that's amazing. Benjamin, brother man, do you mind letting us know who you are and let us know a little bit about obviously Bank Capital and also the work that you're doing obviously in the social sector?
Okay. I don't know, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, brother man. I can hear you.
Cool. So 100%. So I'm Benjamin Chefu. I'm the founder of a startup called Bank Capital. It's a fintech super app solution, which is Afrocentric. And we have a whole host of solutions under Bank Capital. And what we'll focus on is actually, providing solutions for the unbanked and underbanked community, which is most probably the underserved communities around the continent. But our our bespoke focus at this current moment is the SADC region, just making sure that the immediate countries around South Africa are actually solution, certified or satisfied before we actually target and go to other regions. And I think our approach generally, and the reason why I want to pinpoint on that, our approach generally is to make sure that we scale, because I saw maybe the topic has to do with scale, but scale in a way that is measurable and most calculated. Hence, SADC being the first region to start with, and making sure that we also don't have, too much to chew.
Like that. And before obviously we get into the discussion on its own, let's just walk. I mean, just take me through, Lungile, your journey as this young woman growing in this entrepreneurial ecosystem, and you now finding yourself as a social entrepreneur. How did that come about, and why really did you position yourself as a social entrepreneur? Or maybe, this is just maybe, you found yourself as an entrepreneur and then you just saw your business is leading you this way and you're like, you know what, let me just follow this way. But was it a decision that you really thought that I'm taking?
It was a conscious decision from the get-go. When I created the app, the New Maths Kids app, which was really our first product offering, what I wanted to do is I wanted to change the narrative around mathematics. I wanted to ensure that young kids fall in love with mathematics. And the people that I was solving this for were people like me. So I was creating a solution for myself. Hence,
for yourself,
it being community-based, it being around the communities that I've grown up with, grown up around, the Ukatlehong, your Togozas, your Forsoloras, and really ensuring that the kid that is growing up there is able to access such things. In my head, I understood that the suburban or maybe middle class that really doesn't exist in South Africa, but the middle class has access to these opportunities already. And when you think about children in townships and rural areas, they don't have the opportunities. Even the apps that are available back then were not really designed to cater to them. So I wanted to bring them into the fold.
Okay, and of course, I'll get you, Lungile. And of course, Benjamin, when we speak about fintech or the line of work that you're in, obviously it's about finding great solutions that bring about financial inclusion and a greater sustainable economic growth. Why have you positioned yourself in terms of looking at the underprivileged communities who don't have access to, let's say, who are still maybe banking the traditional way, and oftentimes are not even being accommodated? What placed you in that space to really begin to now help those who cannot, help themselves?
I think just basically when you look at the South African Gini coefficient curve, it's far away from zero, which means we are far away from being equal. So there's a large number of people generally of color, and not only those, but people who are in the higher majorities who are working like low-paying jobs or underpaying jobs, or not jobs at all that are recognized by either the formal employment sector, who are really struggling to be participants in this digital economy, or the rise of digital economy that we're going to participate on. And I think from where we stood as a company or as a people, we wanted to salute or put up solutions that not only permeates, the Afrocentrism within us of saying that we want to solve solutions, we want to solve for Africa, but also find a way that we can, expand under the inclusion curve, where everybody else, gets to participate in this huge economy. But one thing I also want to piggyback on is that upon us, starting up this type of solution or having this type of solution, we looked at, families that are, breadwinner driven, meaning that there's only one person who's working in the family and is bringing so much income. Some of them you'd find, we looked at how best can we also, have a direct impact in those type of situations, hence finding a social base for good type of initiative, which we call as Kasi prosthetics, which are prosthetics that are 3D printed and are given to families that may need, because, the cost of prosthetics, it's a north of over 250,000 rand. And someone who's actually benefiting from a specific grant or disability grant may not even get to afford those, or might have family members who can help them afford. But one of the greatest case studies that we've actually came across is once we've helped, I think we've helped 2 or 3, 4, I think about 5
Oh, okay. We lost Benjamin. Now, Lungile, look, and obviously, you had your own presentation yesterday, and I don't want these questions to be somewhat repetitive. Obviously, you shared a lot about your business and the line of work that you are in. But now you mentioned something that's amazing, that you have over 3,500 active learners who are using your products. Is that clear? Am I right?
Not 3,500 active. Over the past 2019 till to date, we've impacted 3,500. At the moment, we've got 2,400 learners that are using our app.
Yeah. Okay. So now, with you having this business, right? And obviously, I think you are in line. Are you an incubator? Are you guys an incubation?
No. We're not an incubator.
So now these learners are using your app, right, to learn mathematics. So obviously there's a form of payment that they're doing to be able to use your app. Is there a form of payment that they're using to use your app?
Give me a second, because there's a bit of a noise here. Can I just quickly close the door?
No problem. You can do that. Okay, so while Lungile is doing that, I hope the technical team will be helping us to get Benjamin Chefu back on the line. I know for sure that we're all having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Okay, Lungile, you are back. Hey, Lungile, you have an amazing home. Such beautiful home. Your business is doing. listen. Lungile, you gave it away. Why did you move away?
Why did I move away?
I'm thinking, and then Okay, cool. So let's get back. So I really hope the technical team will help us to get Benjamin Chefu back on. If not, please send me a message, Agnes, letting me know that Benjamin Chefu cannot be joining us. So please let me know if he will be joining us, and of course we'll proceed. Now, Lungile, I wanted to know. So the learners that are using your app, right? Are they paying a monthly fee to use your particular app?
Yes. So our business model is really around schools. So the schools pay us for the usage of the service. So we license the app out to the schools. And this is done if it's less than 100 learners in the school that will be participating, utilizing our app. It ranges between 50 and 60 rands per month per learner. But if there is more learners than 100 learners, then it reduces the cost. So if you're looking at a school that has about over 350 learners, we're looking at closer to 30 rands per learner per month that they have to pay. But it's a licensing fee that we have with the school.
Yeah, and also which line of sector are you in, the tertiary, primary, or the secondary sector in terms of your app? Like which schools do you target? High schools or you target universities?
We are at the foundation of the foundation. So I'm dealing with the young babies. I'm dealing with 4 to 6-year-olds. The app is actually designed for 4 to 9-year-olds, and those are the people that are closest to my heart. Even our workshops are really for 6 to 13-year-olds. So for me, it's about introducing the love, introducing the idea of becoming a problem solver to young people.
Okay, now Lungile, obviously Benjamin will join us as he joins us. Now, as we begin to now dive into the beauty of this particular discussion, obviously you've spoken about you've given me light of the work that you're doing in Nubian Smarts. But now, can you briefly share your experience in the African or in the environmental ecosystem, particularly in the context of being a social entrepreneur? How has your journey been as a social entrepreneur?
Yeah, so it started off very, very rough. I think back in 2017, when really the idea was sort of launched of the new MedSticks app, businesses or investors or even incubators really didn't understand the model around being a social entrepreneur. It was either you were a for-profit or a non-profit. If you're a non-profit, then it's something different. You're a non-profit or an
Yeah,
NGO,
yeah.
that is where the social entrepreneurship side of things was at. For a company such as ours, which was fully for profit, but with the aim of serving the underserved communities or the previously disadvantaged communities. Really, most of the time when I was doing pitches and I was talking to investors, they kept saying, no, but you should be giving this to the middle class parent, or you should be giving this to schools such as Kuro and Spark and those kind of schools, rather than trying to walk through to the schools in your local communities. So there was a whole lot of disconnect in terms of understanding what we stood for, but it has slowly changed. I think there's been an introduction of a lot of impact investors. There's been a lot of information and people going through for courses, especially what Gibbs is doing around social entrepreneurship courses. So there is an understanding. And I think organizations such as the SAP Social Innovation, with their awards, are also highlighting the work of social impact entrepreneurs and making it easier for us to go out there and really stand for this is what we are doing. Really without having to lose your core focus, but also being able to get support and really get into a room and make people understand that the 60 Rand price base is based on the fact that these are the people that I want to serve. It doesn't make sense for us to be at a price range of saying 460 rands for the service, because the community that I want to serve really doesn't have 460 rands lying around every month in order to be able to access such things. So things have changed, and I think there's a lot of knowledge that is going on around the industry, around the ecosystem, that is making it easier for social entrepreneurs to just get the right kind of support that they need.
Yeah, look, just to add on what you're saying is, if investors could say to you, why don't you rather focus on the middle class? Because if you are going to say that your business focuses on the lower class people, the people who are closest to your hearts, but then you say that you are for profit, then obviously investors will then be thinking, how then could you be making your money, or how will I be making money if I'm going to be investing in your business? You know what I mean? So obviously, I think I had an amazing conversation in the morning where we zoned in on, and you said it beautifully, that social entrepreneurship is all about, whether your business is for profit or non-profit, but also finding a balance, right, between those two. But now, with you sticking, I'm sure you have stuck to your guns to say, my business will stand on this. Does that mean that you are still for profit while you're still serving underprivileged communities? And also, how are they being able to fund or to pay for their kids to use their apps if they're already struggling?
Yeah, so the beautiful thing about having taken this journey, and really because of how hard it's been to get to where we are at, it was really given us an opportunity to learn more about the communities that we serve and learn more about our customers, and really do a whole lot of training around market creation strategies. So sort of really teaching your customer about the benefits of you utilizing your product. But it was also meant that we are able to empower the organizations that we work with. So ECD centers really fall under the social department. It's only this year that they've started falling under the Department of Basic Education, which then means these were NPOs themselves. So they are the nonprofits. So they are now able to then access funding through corporate. So we are able to inform them of corporate initiatives that they can tap onto in order to be able to fund our product. So it becomes a separate fundraising event from them. So we become sort of a gateway between it's sort of a B2B-C type of model, where the corporate sponsors the school in order to get our product. So it's been a lot of work around that. And the beautiful thing about everything else is that if you put it down at the core of everything, if I'm saying 30 rands for a school to be able to access this is like less than rands that you're looking at on a 15-day period. Parents have the 30 rands. They don't have 460 rands, but they have 30 rands. So it's a whole lot of discussion around that and really understanding your customers.
And also, Benjamin, I'm glad you are back, but I don't trust your network. Can I trust you? Can I trust your network? You're not going to disappear. Okay, cool. Benjamin, I'll get you, brother man. You don't have to mute unless there is so much noise around you. Then you can do that. Lungile, as time goes, Lungile, I'm not sure if you can hear me. As time goes, are you going to be changing your prices, or Lingile, are you there? Sorry. Okay. I know. You guys. Yeah. Okay. As I just want to know, have you stuck on a particular pricing, as you're saying, 30 Rand monthly, right? Or as time goes, you'll obviously increase your pricing, and also as time goes, will you also expand on your business and not just focus on the communities that you're just focusing on, but obviously increasing the impact or the revenue stream that you want to see?
Definitely. We've been able to increase our product offering over the past couple of years. So we started off and it was just the app. It was the Met app that was priced. It has gone up. It used to be 50 rands per learner per month that the school used to pay. So it has gone up. Right now it's looking at 60 rands. It becomes less based on the number of learners that the schools have. So an increase is inevitable, but at the core of everything else that we are doing is constantly really understanding that this is where we want to play at. What we've also been able to do is, because we've understood that certain services such as your coding and your robotics cannot be offered at a 60 rands per learner. It's practically impossible to have a business that is sustainable looking at those costs. So those product prices are different, and the market that we're looking at for that is different. So for our culinary coding workshops, we are looking at schools that are a mix between your public, semi-private schools that don't have the resources to actually host coding and robotics classes because of the high capex cost of actually getting those things into the school. So we come through with our own devices, with our own resources, and we host the workshops at the school. So then our target market has changed. But our core focus as a business is really serving those that are underserved. So still looking at schools that don't have, and we're saying we can come through and we can meet you halfway and we can have the same offering.
Okay, cool. That's amazing. Obviously, we'll get to that. Now, Benjamin, before I lose you, brother man, obviously you have spoken about your business in fintech, and obviously you said it does a whole lot of work in the social sector. But now, can you share your experience looking in the African entrepreneurial ecosystem, particularly in the context of a social enterprise?
So I think with just particularly focused on the social enterprise, that's there's a whole host of issues or potential solve for type of problems within that space. And what we've actually encountered, I'll speak for Bank Capital, what we've actually encountered was just dramatically the need of people having, being able to just process payments. It's quite of a hurdle. And one of our biggest focus was on the cost of cash itself. If one sends remittance from one place to the other, which is very common for the people who are underbanked, especially in townships and rural areas, the cost that comes with, or the underlying cost that comes with that is really unbearable because there's a taxi fare that's included into that. There's a cost of sending money from a person sending you money. So what the eventual face value of 100 Rand on a digital cost to make sure that one person gets it from the next person will be sitting at about a quarter of that money, which is about 25 Rand, which is part of the need to better look into the infrastructure and find the best way to go with it.
Yeah. So now, if we're going to be zoning in and looking at success, right, especially in social enterprise, and obviously we understand the difficulties and the challenges that entrepreneurs face, but primarily social entrepreneurs face. But how could you guys define success for social entrepreneur in the African context, and what specific metrics or indicators do you consider when evaluating that impact?
I should go first.
You guys can do rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. So I think consequence management is a thing where we literally be able to look at the situation, find measurables, and find ways on how to do it. And I think the success in social entrepreneurial solutions may not only come from how much profit people have, because we've seen quite a lot of retrofitting in the past, where people would see a solution that might have worked in a different parts of the world, and they think it's really for Africa, and or it's really easily to be translated from there to an African solution. And the reason I'm saying it's not only about profit is because it may run for the next coming 7-8 months, but after a while you realize that the disconnect and the misfit of what bespoke challenges we have to what solutions we're bringing, maybe just parallel and not converge at any points. So to my point, what I'm trying to get to is that for us to actually point out success in that is to fully understand the cause of the problem. And I think by understanding the cause of the problem, we have a plethora of technology tools that we can actually integrate to whatever we're trying to solve for. And it's very early stages. I can't really, for one, pick up my hand and say I've seen a very successful company that really started right at about this time, and it has solved for a bigger challenge that we've actually embedded for the past years.
I like that, man. You've really said something that's so profound, is not just it being about profit, but by looking at mitigating the problems that we're seeing, right? And of course, success can be analyzed in different ways, especially when we're looking at social entrepreneurs. When you guys play a very pivotal role, especially in looking at the work that you guys are doing with communities, with people, making sure you guys are bringing equality one way or another. I mean, success can be measured in so many ways. Lungile, for you, what would success look like as a social entrepreneur, and how would one measure, right, an impact of a social entrepreneur?
I think it just goes back to what was your core focus in terms of why it is that you started this whole thing. I think it would be different for Bank Capital versus Nubian Smarts. Really, for us as Nubian Smarts, it's really about really reaching the learners. For me, it's about one child saying that I'm in love with mathematics at a grade 12 level, and saying, because I had the experience of going through the New Maths Kids app, I am now very confident with regards to mathematics. That would make me happy. That is success for me. But in essence, it's about how many lives you are able to change and impact, how many lives you are able to turn around and make their problems better. Like Benjamin is saying, really solving the problems that community or that user or that client is facing, and really getting them to a point whereby things that seemed to be so difficult, so out of the way, so out of reach, are now a possibility. Because once we get to a point whereby in Africa we get to really being able to see problems as opportunities rather as obstacles that make it hard for us to do anything, then only we'll be able to really grow this continent the way that it needs to be grown.
Lungile, if we're looking at your app, right, and we're going back to the COVID, instant that happened, obviously, how long has your business been around, if you don't mind me asking, before I get into what I want to ask? How long has Nubian been around?
We started being revenue positive in 2019, and then 2020 was a mess.
Yeah, so obviously now, particularly looking at you now distributing primarily to schools, right? Having that infrastructure. Can't you also, I don't know, man, like, wouldn't you also find a way to put it in the homes and allow the parents to teach their kids away from school? Would that not work? Have you thought about that? Would that not be a possibility? Because if COVID had to strike again.
Post-COVID, I think we were found, we were not ready. I don't think anybody was ready for COVID.
Yeah.
Like that we had. So COVID really hit us hard, and it took us a very long time for us to come back and really find our footing from that. But right now, I think if COVID 2.0 came back, we'd probably be ready. What we've done is a whole lot of the work that we did is not only around the schools, but we're also now doing more and more meetings with parents themselves, teaching them the benefits of the app. Like we continuously say, with a social impact venture, what you need to continuously remember is that you're continuously teaching your market about the value of your product. It's not a matter of it's there, go out there and get it. There. This is how you get it. This is why you get it. And this is how it makes your life easier.
That is, I want to say this, that is so smart, honestly, because I remember when COVID hit, and of course, learners were not going to school for a long time. And obviously, I have a nephew, my cousin's son. Is that a nephew or is that a cousin? So confusing. So he was going to school. But at that time, obviously, he wasn't going to school. And obviously, the president or the government said, parents need to teach kids from home. But now, when you look in the townships, right, not a lot of parents, or a lot of kids stayed with their grandma. My cousin had a grandmother who could not really, she doesn't know nothing about a computer. So now, with what you're doing is making sure that you are being, learner-based by also teaching parents, by also teaching, elders to be able to use, this platform, because at any moment, anything can happen. And also, you have to think far out of schools, right? Your next step has to be away, not just schools, but far ahead of that, which is amazing. And I really like that. Brother Benjamin, now, we spoke about defining success, and you eloquently placed it in not just looking at money, but by looking at huge problems that we are really facing in Africa, not just South Africa. In your experience, Brother Ben, how supportive is the current African entrepreneurial ecosystem in fostering the growth and scalability of social enterprises? Are there specific initiatives or organizations that have played a significant role in doing this?
Yeah, so as of recent, I think about a month or two ago, I was invited to go to the African Union, where there was the MMSME, which is Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises Forum. And it just hosted, young people around Africa. And I think my exposure and experience with just the conference alone was to really understand that challenges are quite vastly different throughout the whole continent. And, you might have a math problem solved with an app in South Africa, but the social economic factors that are affecting parents, which need to be also part and parcel of the technology in terms of assisting their kids and stuff like that, might be an issue not only of literacy, but also of, unemployment and the other things, which are most prioritized stresses that people would vastly focus into. I engaged one lady, and I'm coming to answer the question. I engaged one lady, and she was solving for the issue of harnessing, produce within her village of different farmers, small scale farmers, and finding a way on how to transport them from the village to the market. And the biggest hurdle for them was infrastructure. And when I looked at it, at first glance, when I heard it, I'm like, how could that be a problem? There's roads everywhere. But when you look at the type of problems that are different in our own right, I just believe that shared experience in inclusion can best be the benefactor of the entire continent. And to my own experience, on how we can actually find a way. I think your question was around about finding. I think it was it about the experience of scale or ecosystem playing a vital role. I think we still need so much play. I could say for certain that the African Continent Free Trade Area and agreement is the bedrock of us knowing how best can we trade amongst each other. But not only that, I think what we're still going to need is the African journalism of what type of entrepreneurs are needed, what type of solutions are needed in Africa, so that maybe if we find a spin-off or an additional feature in our solution, we find the best way to cater for that specific country. So what I'm totally not for is a one solution fit all, because we generally are a different continent. I don't know if it's by design, but it's so unfortunate that we are in one place, but we experience different type of pain points.
Yeah, I mean, you've just highlighted something important, which is, an infrastructure, having a system that can allow us to trade and to collaborate. And I think one question that I asked in the morning with the panel discussion that we had is looking at the pool, right? The social, the social entrepreneurship market or the space that you guys are thriving in. I wanted to find out if it's wide enough, if there is room for growth, and if there's room for collaboration. And obviously there is. Every market has that. But obviously I know for sure that not everybody can lift up their hands and say, I want to be a social entrepreneur. I want to waste my time to be a social entrepreneur. So now, obviously, looking at that infrastructure that has to be built, that system that has to be there to guarantee that there is success is something that has to be implemented. And you've effectively, elaborated beautifully. Now, Lungile, to you, just to ask you the same question that Benjamin had is, how supportive is the current African entrepreneurial ecosystem in fostering the growth and scalability of social enterprises? And are there any specific initiatives or organizations that play, a significant role in doing this?
Yeah, well, I've been fortunate enough to really have been part of organizations that are doing the most around this. I think I've already spoken about the SAP Social Innovation Awards, which is really doing amazing stuff within this social space. They do a lot of training, they do a lot of supporting, they do a lot of grant funding, which funds really, as much as we can sit here and say it's not about money, but you need money in order to run any business.
True.
Africa Impact Initiative is also one major one that is really doing amazing stuff by pairing startups in Africa with the University of Toronto in order to be able to gather the right knowledge in terms of really how do you run a business, but how do you run a social enterprise versus a full versus any other sort of businesses. Because when you find and you go into the different incubators and accelerators, if they are not impact-based, you find yourself really going around the same circles, speaking to the same sort of investors that are then trying to really change your North Star in terms of what it is that they focus on. And at the end of the day, we understand that with investors, they all have different mandates and they all have different things that they're looking for that are important for them. But with initiatives that really around impact investing, it means that you are speaking to the right people. You're speaking to the people that really care about the same thing that you care about. In terms of opportunities, I think there's still room for a lot more to be done. Especially in a continent such as ours, you would think that we would have more impact investors because of the kind of challenges that Africa has, and the idea that that is something that could actually be able to reach the majority of the people that are really up below the poverty line, that are able to change things around. Because the sooner we try and fight for an equal society, the better off we will be. If we continue having this disparity up between the haves and the have-nots, then we're not going to have a successful continent.
Lungile, a quick one. Just answer it very briefly and quick. How do you measure impact as a social entrepreneur?
For us, it's about the change in growth. So we do a lot of work around before a child joins us and after they join us. The impact, we measure the schools that we work with, if they have grown in terms of finances, in terms of the number of learners that they've gotten. So for us, it's not only about our growth, it's also about the growth of the schools that we're in. It's also about the growth of the communities. Our brand ambassadors, the people that actually go into the schools, are from the communities that we work with. So it's also about their growth. So ours is not only a focus around just the child, it's the community, it's the school, and it's everybody around that is involved in what we do.
Beautiful. And Benjamin, how do you measure impact?
Yeah, so I think for Bank Capital, for us, is based on our KYC, which is Know Your Transactions. KYT, sorry, Know Your Transactions, which obviously the more customers constantly use our solution would understand that we'd have actually, touched a very serious pain point of convenience and real time and seamlessness.
I like that. So none of you guys are gonna ask me how do I measure impact. It's just one way. I'm just asking you guys.
How do you measure impact, Garabo?
I've been waiting. I mean, I'm blushing. Well, for me, thank you so much. First and foremost, that's a beautiful question. Thank you so much for really asking that amazing question. How do I measure impact? It's by having such conversations. Let's leave it at that. Now, if we look at the challenges that the social entrepreneurs face, obviously, it's difficult, to be a social entrepreneur. I think that was something that was clearly highlighted, and which I understand. What challenges do social entrepreneurs face now within the African ecosystem? And conversely, what opportunities exist for them to thrive and scale their impact within those challenges that they're facing? Benjamin.
That's a rather, a very tricky question. I really believe, the challenges that currently exist is having, different hearts in terms of investment. You'd find like a lot of people, are focused, especially I'll speak of the VCs and, the investment group, the investors group. They're more focused on for-profit, and it's so much understandable. But one of the biggest challenges that we face from a customer statics perspective is that if they don't see, the value creation or profit creation within the business, becomes very hard, especially if the margins are either slim or almost close to none. It becomes very hard to convince those type of opportunities to come towards you. So I think my experience has really been on how best we can get support and, the difficulties that we might have faced.
I like that. And for you, Lungile, what challenges do social entrepreneurs face, in the African ecosystem, and how do they find opportunities to thrive within those challenges that they're facing to scale their impact?
Yeah, I think there's a lot. What Benjamin has touched on in terms of VCs, really not understanding what it is that we do and having a different mandate is a huge challenge. But apart from that, we really do have a challenge with our actual customers, really not trusting the idea of such a product and turnaround time in terms of onboarding a client.
Yes.
Sorry, I think my computer just went haywire. Anyways.
Are you good?
I'm back, yes.
Okay.
So really, it's your customer, but with the customer, what you need to be doing is, as every other business that you are, be very close to your customer. Be very, very close to your customer. Constantly ask, constantly try and find out what do you like about this? What don't you like about this? How could we make this better? It's a community thing. If you are working around an impact thing, you are constantly solving something for the community. So really become part of the community. Really do not become a situation whereby it's there and people will get it if they want it. If they don't want it, it's their problem. But really trying to understand that, and the opportunities lie in that, because once you start speaking to your customers on a daily basis, you start finding other things that you could be adding through to your product offering that could make it better for you to then reach another community. So apart from reaching Ekatehong, now we're able to reach Mpangen, we're now able to reach communities in Limpopo because of that, the fact that you become very close to the community and understand what is their pain point. And it is different from the purpose of what Katlehong, like Benjamin is saying, what Katlehong is struggling with could not be the same thing that a village or a township in Limpopo is struggling with. So you need to be able to really adapt and be flexible around that.
Yeah. Obviously, being so conscious of your consumers, right? Is there like a veil in terms of people really do understand, what a social entrepreneur is and what you guys stand for? Lungile, I can see your network is taking, and I just hope I'm not going to lose you any moment. Yeah. Lungile, do you think that there is a veil of people not really understanding the magnitude of, what social entrepreneurs stand for and the role that you guys are playing, not just in the community, but in the ecosystem? Because if you're going to have to really be so attentive like that to your consumers or your customers, and for them to really, for you to make them feel comfortable with what you have, it really maybe just shows that there's still not clarity with, you know, a role of a social entrepreneur within the ecosystem. Do you think that's a huge problem still that we're facing today?
It is. It is. I think immediately when you start saying you're a social entrepreneur, they think you're a charity. They think it's for free. They think that it's sort of government funded or grant funded to a certain extent, and it's not really a business. That the numbers really don't make a difference in anything that you're doing. So there's a whole lot of that. There's that.
But there's no business, right? That says, for example, Nubian Smarts. Hey, I'm a social entrepreneur. Like, nobody will be like, hey, you know, you're not going to be like that in people's faces. But then how then, or what does your business, or what does a social entrepreneur's business scream to people to say that this is a social entrepreneur's you know, business? What is it that makes people skeptical about Nubian Smarts maybe now when they begin to hear what you're doing, for them to think this is funded by the government, or this is, you know, a charity scheme?
It goes to who you are speaking to. I'd hate to I'm trying to find the nicer way, but sometimes the communities that we are going to are really used to getting things for free. So there is that understanding that certain things they get for free because of the fact that they don't have, because of the fact that they are seen as not being able to afford. So they have an expectation that everything you bring through is free, because of who you are working with. So it is around changing that idea that, yes, we're going to ask for the smallest amount, but we're still going to ask for an amount. There's still going to be some sort of commitment that you put in order to show that you are keen on this product, and it's not just about us giving it for you for free. So there's that. But in terms of what do we scream that is different, it's really about getting there and saying, I'm here to understand your problem. I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm here to understand your problem and how I can make it better.
Okay, now obviously beforehand, Benjamin mentioned, you know, profit. It's not really important. Obviously, we focus on the issues that people are facing. And you, Lungile, said, you know, I think you've said, you know, money is needed. You know, social entrepreneurs need money. You know, you can't really also help people without having some form of capital. I know this next question, you guys are probably going to fight, and I'll be there. You know, I'll separate you two. If we're going to be looking at access to funding, right? We know that entrepreneurs need access to markets, access to funding, as well as social entrepreneurs. So funding is often, you know, crucial for scaling. If your business is going to scale, if your business is going to make impact, you know, funding is important. It's not the only element required, but funding is important. Now, how accessible is funding for social entrepreneurship in Africa? Right? Let's zone in now on accessibility. Let's zone in now on infrastructures that, or platforms that guide or help social entrepreneurs, you know, with funding. And also, what initiative funding models or resources have you seen in making a positive impact in the African ecosystem?
Sure.
Yeah, that's a difficult question. Hey?
It is. I'll try to go first. And I think, just correct me, Karab, if I got it wrong, but you're asking what opportunities are there generally in terms of social funding and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. No. Okay. So if we're gonna if we're looking at scaling for a business, we need money. Right. Obviously, money is not the only ingredient that is needed for scaling. But now, if we're gonna allow social entrepreneurs to access funding, how do they go about that? And also, what initiative of funding methods or resources have you seen in making this positive or possible?
So I think earlier you started with asking if maybe do people have a veil of you know, not understanding the importance of social entrepreneurs. And I think for me, it's just foresight. And I'm going to come to the issue of scaling part. It's just foresight of understanding what type of problems you're solving today for that which would benefit us later in the years. For example, if you look at Nubia Smarts, if they train kids with, maths and science and many other school-related stuff, it guarantees us proper technicians in the future, which obviously increase the economic growth of the country based on employability, or startups that may start, which are more focused into benefiting us as a country or a continent. So coming back to the issue of scale, I think the money becomes very important, but I still wish people who are willing to be giving out, this funding initiative, or who have these funding initiatives, be it investors or VCs and so forth, should be people who are also concerned with nation building, and get the importance of where we're going to be in the next 3 years. I think that is more of a long game more than any other thing. So yeah, I think I had that, and it was based on the question you asked earlier on. But for me, I think it's just based on having that foresight in terms of scale of, if I put in this money now, it might not come today, but it might be a bit delayed going forward. It might come a bit later on going forward.
Yeah. So Benjamin Lungile, obviously this question lies between you saying, for example, your business is for profit or for non-profit. Right. And already now, you being a social entrepreneur on its own, that is difficult. So now, if you're going to be looking for investment, Lungile, you mentioned that you approached an investor, and an investor said, why don't you rather focus on the medium class than focusing on what you're focusing on? So what I'm asking is, how accessible is funding for social enterprises in Africa? Right. Already now, we know that as a social entrepreneur, you're already now looked at like this. Right? So how accessible is funding for social entrepreneurs?
It's not that easily accessible, Karabo. It's very hard to get funding. It's very hard to get an investor to even look at you and say, we want to have that discussion and really understand what it is that you're doing. It's more harder, I think, than if you were really aiming at a different kind of business model that was really around approaching the haves versus the have-nots. Because of that understanding, there is a bit of, and there's this misconception that people in townships do not have money. So immediately when I say my target market is townships, they're like, but how are they going to pay you? They don't have money. How is it then that you are going to be able to scale? So it requires you to constantly be ready for that question, but also constantly be ready to show the proof that this actually does work. Up until we actually started generating revenue, and it was still just an idea, and we were saying this is how we want to do everything, nobody wanted to touch us, nobody wanted to talk to us. So once that really there is an actual market, and it is not an imaginary market, then people start talking to you. But still, it's not as easy as I think it would be if we were saying we are in 5 Kuro schools versus us saying we're in 1 ECD centers. So it's really, it's a difference of understanding with regards to that.
Already, probably looking at all the 4 sectors, right? If we had to lay them out, we look at social entrepreneur as one of them. We look at environmental sector, we look at the economic sector, and we look at the creative and the cultural sector. I think all of those sectors, if one had to scream out, like if just one had to bounce, you know what I mean? I think it'll be the economic sector, right? So Alungile, just to add on to this conversation that we're having, investors feel like having this, individual or this business approaching me for investment when I'm already invested in so and 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 so, I'm already seeing a return of investment with what I've done. How, right? And this is a serious question. What has to be done, or how can we now place the seriousness of a social entrepreneur, right? Making sure that the community is uplifted, there is equality, there is benefit for all. How do we then put social entrepreneurship on the map? And also, whose responsibility is it to put social entrepreneurship on the map for any potential investor to say, I want to be part of this, no matter, you looking at townships, whose responsibility is that?
It's a shared responsibility. It involves all the different stakeholders within the ecosystems. It means that the incubators, the accelerators, really need to be putting together programs that really do support and are looking at social entrepreneurs in order to make sure that we are properly equipped with the right kind of impact measuring systems that will be critical in showcasing what it is that we do that is different from everybody else. It is about business festivals such as this really putting us on the forefront and really sharing our stories in terms of what it is that we are doing. It's about you as an entrepreneur yourself going out there and really being ready to explain and teach the market about what it is that you're doing and why it's important to be doing what you are doing. So it is not just something that only one person can do. If you all gather together and we really do put together the right programs that really do concentrate on how is it that we turn social entrepreneurship into not something that looks like it's a charity, but something that looks like this is a sustainable business, and really putting together programs that ensure that social impact ventures are also able to become sustainable.
Yeah. So now, how do we then now? And I want us to just zone in. Benjamin, I'm going to trust you for the last time, but I think my trust is slowly deteriorating. Benjamin, can you hear me, brother man? Okay. Lungile, Benjamin will catch on. He will hear me. Let's speak about the power now of collaborations, right? If we then take a look at now a social entrepreneur and a fintech or an economic, entrepreneur right now, how important is
I can.
Benjamin?
Yes, I can.
Eh? Oh, you can hear me now, Benjamin. It seems like he hears me 5 minutes after.
Yeah, there's a bit of a
delay. There's a delay, right? Okay. So now let's zone in on the power of collaboration and networking. How important? Okay, Benjamin, you're scaring me now.
Okay. Very huge today, yeah.
Okay. Lungile, how do we work this? What do I do? Benjamin, hey man. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's actually a very serious delay. I think you were asking how important is the power of collaboration.
Yeah, but I wanna obviously add on. But now, are we good? We can just feed off each other. Okay. Oh man. Lungile, how important is collaboration and networking within the African entrepreneurial ecosystem for social enterprises? And can you maybe share some examples of collaborative efforts that have led to significant advancement within the ecosystem?
I'm not sure if I can share examples, but I think
no problem.
Collaborations are critical. As Nubian Smart, we've also learned along the way that in order for us to have the massive amount of impact that we want to be able to get to, it is important for us to collaborate with the right partners who have the right vision as us, who have the same aligned vision in order to ensure for us to be able to reach the right people. We can't fight this alone. I cannot. And the understanding that people that are working within the same communities, even if they're not doing the same thing as us, so if they're not in edtech, perhaps they're in fintech, there's possible collaborations that can happen from that. Really understanding that if we are all aiming to serve the same community, if we put our resources together and our understanding together, we might be able to reach more people.
Okay, cool. So I'm getting word that I need to also, channel in on Benjamin. But obviously, Benjamin, your network is difficult. So are you able to feed off Benjamin? Are you there? I can see you, but I'm not sure. It just froze. Yes.
It seems to be connected.
Yeah, so unfortunately, team, it's impossible for me to have a balanced conversation with Benjamin because of network difficulties. But now, you focus so much on education, right, Lungile?
Yeah.
So if we're going to be looking at education and awareness, the success of social entrepreneurs is often tied to awareness and understanding. How can we better educate both the investors and the general public about the values and potential about social entrepreneurship in Africa?
I think with investors is really understanding what it is, what it makes sense for them. I think us sitting in a little corner and saying that we are social entrepreneurs, therefore investors need to come in and find us and meet us at our point. But we really need to also be able to tailor how we speak to the investor in a way that makes sense for them, that makes their mandate achievable. So it's not only about just sitting there and saying Nubian Smart is just, this is what we do, and if you join us, you join us. If you don't join us, it's no problem. It is about also ensuring that we tailor our messaging for an investor that is different from what I would tailor for an ECT center owner. So it's constantly understanding that idea. We need to be critical and be able to really be flexible around our messaging, flexible around the messaging for whoever you are speaking to. A mentor of mine once said that when you are putting together a pitch, you need to be able to understand who it is that you're pitching to. So, for example, as an ed tech and an app that can be downloaded and kids play with it, sometimes I'm speaking to the uncle. Sometimes I'm speaking to Skarabo who doesn't have a child. How do you cater that information for Skarabo to be able to say to his sister, this is something that you want? So it's constantly really around your messaging needs to be critical to those people. If you are going to educate me, you need to understand what it is that is important to me. If you don't, then we're going to sit at a point whereby nothing gets done. And I'm really standing there and not really understanding your messaging.
Yeah, but we also, I mean, if we look at, the public and the investors, we also have to get key players in the ecosystem, right? People who are doing an impactful job, not just as social entrepreneurs, but just people who have a slight understanding of a social entrepreneur, to voice out to say, hey, there is so much impact and room for social entrepreneurs. And then people of power or investors, even having platforms like the Startup Business Festival and other huge platforms that have events that speak about business, then really allowing investors to know the power of social entrepreneurs and where, the hearts and minds of social entrepreneurs lie. So it's not just about Nubian Smart saying it or doing it, which is good, but we also need the entire ecosystem to play a role. You know what I mean? So that's why I wanted to really ask you at first is whose mandate is it to really place social entrepreneurship on the map, for people to really know the impact and the seriousness of this sector, not just it being seen as an NGO, a non-profit, charity, government. There has to be some form of really a clear understanding and an infrastructure that has been detailed for social entrepreneurs, for you guys to thrive. People need to be aware of that. I'm not sure if Benjamin is back, but obviously Benjamin is having a difficult time, which I'm not gonna stress about. Lungile, obviously I asked you about the power of impact and how do you measure impact, right? And obviously measuring impact is crucial for social enterprises, right? You spoke about from your side, looking at the learners or the students, becoming better after they have participated within your program or using your apps. But now if you're going to look at the context of a social entrepreneur, what methodologies or what tools are being employed to effectively measure and communicate the social and environmental impact of ventures in Africa?
If you find the answer to that, please do let me know. I'm still trying to figure.
I like that. No, I love for one to be like, I don't have the answer for that yet. I'm like, you really just saying things For the sake of saying.
No, in all honesty, I think you go through different programs, you find different things. Others would be talking about how much the community has grown in terms of financial impact, the financial growth in the communities that you're working with. Others would be looking at environmental change. So everybody's talking different things, and really you find yourself in a point whereby I think within social and impact investing and social entrepreneurship, there's no alignment in terms of what is important. I think with VCs, straightforward. We want to be able to see a 10x return on this company in order for us to be able to see, I would jump in. But different impact investors look at different things. Innovation Edge, which works within the ECD Center, for example, for them, it's important that it's around ECD growth. It's around the first 1,000 days of a child. That is them. Their impact is measured around that. In the first 6 years of a child, is there a change? And if you are tracking that change, they are happy to be with you. But somebody else is looking at other schools really benefiting from this. Are they growing? Is there an economic benefit to having something like yours? So it's a whole lot of different things. But if you find the answer, please drop me an email. I just want to know.
I will definitely do that. First of all, do you trust that I'll do that?
I trust you, Karabo. You have to.
Wow. Hey. Thank you so much. That will go a long way. All right, Lungile, I'm about to end the session here. Thank you so much for your participation on behalf of the Startup Business Festival team. Thank you so much for being a key player within our festival. This is the second time that we've had a discussion with you. Amazing. I know for sure. Watch. This is my word. After this session ends, you're going to remove everything. I know for sure.
Everything, even the earrings.
Yeah, you're just going to remove everything, even the wallpaper, the bag. You're going to do this. You're going to...
Everything's down.
Thank you so much. Honestly, it's been an amazing one. Unfortunately, we lost Benjamin Cheerful, who is the CEO of Bank Capital, doing an extraordinary work in fintech. Obviously, he's been part of the Startup Business Campus, really going through the incubation process, and he's doing an astounding work in the ecosystem. Lungile, on behalf of the Startup Business Campus team, thank you so much. Hopefully, this is not the last time that we meet. All right, this is the Startup Business Festival, where we make entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. This is week 2, where we focus on entrepreneurship for social change. I am your host, Karabo Mohole, the curator for the Startup Business Festival team. On behalf of Mr. Lucky Ditero, the convener for the Startup Business Festival, on behalf of Kondile Mtembu, the chief of staff, and on behalf of Agnes Nyati, on behalf of Samson Nkosi, Faith Sizulu, Kelo Tepo, Lukubojobo, and myself, Karabo Mohole, we love you so much. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday. We got pictures. I hope you guys send through your emails at agnes@icrdgroup.com. Please do make sure you guys email Agnes if you want to participate for our pictures tomorrow. We also have a book launch happening tomorrow, so please do make sure you guys are part of that, where we really dissect the power of books and the power of storytelling. All right, see you guys next time. Have an amazing one. Peace. Yes, sir.